but I don't know if I will put all the time.
Rosta, wir vom Mikrofon down.
Right, it was? No, no, no.
Mikrofon.
Sì, sta solo per cerca. No, 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 no. No, 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 perché era... Tá bom, and everybody be free. Look. Tá bom, and everybody be like free. A children. Like a children. Start, are you dance with this? Like bar, win. Are you dance with this? Like bar, win. When I finish this part, I will start. I will start. Filha da Bíblia. E até onde eu sei. Meu nome é mulher, Gina, tá bom? E o nome que eu vou representar. O meu nome é mulher, mas é também rio, mar, floresta, mundo. Meu nome raiz, que busca a vida em terras úmidas, que encontra com outras raízes.
Dear friends, please take your seats and make sure to put your phones on silent. We would like to start our gathering by dedicating a minute of silence to all the people who have given their lives in the fight for freedom. Şehir Namirin.
Jiyana ku tê bêrîkirin, ne bi mucizeyan, bi şoreşê pêkti.
La vida que volem no s'aconsegueix amb miracles, sinó amb la revolució.
Trí réiflóid seachas marúiltí a bhain figméad amach an saoil atá.
Iedra ține de șiroim nu vien permes mergulide, por vien permes revoluțiune.
La vida que anhelamos no se consigue con milagros, sino con la revolución.
Η ζωή που λαχταράμε δεν θα έρθει μέσα από ένα θαύμα, αλλά από μια επανάσταση.
La vie à laquelle nous aspirons n'arrivera pas par miracle, mais par la révolution.
Života za kojim žudimo ne dolazi se kroz čuda, već kroz revoluciju.
Život od po koji kopneemo nema da se ostvari preko čuda, tuku su revolucija.
Amesten dugun mundua ez duten mirariek eraikiko, iraultzak baizik.
La vita a cui aspiriamo non arriva tramite i miracoli, ma tramite la rivoluzione.
Življenje, po katerem hrepenimo, ne pride skozi čudeže, ampak skozi revolucijo.
Das Leben, nach dem wir uns sehnen, werden wir nicht durch Wunder, sondern durch Revolution erreichen.
A vida que anhelamos non se consegue mediante milagres, senón a través da revolución.
Özlenen yaşam mucizelerle değil, devrimle olur.
Thank you to the friends. And we now invite to continue our cultural performance our friend Rojda to the stage. She is an actress who was brought in touch with the movement by destiny. She went to Rojava, and there she worked to create choreographies such as Leheri Jor, Jinjian Azadi, and Destana Pekeke with Unergeha Welat. And she put a lot of effort in educating people through her art. And she helped in this way the revolutionary culture to grow. And in all her artworks, she tries to spread the love for art and for revolution. And the cultural performance will be with also the Kurdish dance group from Basel, Havina Welat Bihevra. Thank you.
Filha da Bia Yala e descendente também dos povos da Europa e de um povo nômade que caminhou das montanhas do Oriente até o Ocidente. O meu nome é mulher. E o nome do papel que eu vou representar aqui em cena para vocês também é mulher. Jean. O meu nome é mulher, mas é também rio.
My name is Forest. Sea. My name is also mountain. My name is tree. Roots. Seeking life in the moist earth. Finding other roots, other species, animals. My name is tree, trunk, branches, leaves, fruit, flowers, reaching for the sky, breathing, witnessing the view. My name is woman, but it is also serpent. Once upon a time, there was a girl with a wide smile, eyes that saw everything, and a mouth that always asked questions. The girl walked over mountains and mountains until she reached the other side of an ancient new world. The year was 2011, and the girl arrived as a woman, a Latin American woman, and, as far as I know, also a descendant of European peoples. The year was 2011. Alina arrived in the mountains of Kurdistan. Alina? Alina. What name have you chosen? Navemin Legarine. My name is Legarin, the one who seeks. Alina? Alina. Eval Legarin. Are you not afraid? Afraid? Fear drives the journey. The certainty of moving forward. They say I'm impulsive. When something crosses my path, I don't hesitate to press on. It is the wind blowing from the mountains. I have written in my diary that what is not denied is overcome. What is not denied is overcome. Thank you, Eval Legarin. What would courage be without fear? The courage to go, to fight. Isn't it also born from the fear that our minds and hearts will be enslaved, that we will cease to be on the steps taken by our ancestors? To be here? Or here? Or here, in the fracture of the world, where death and destructions are constant presences, where hatred is directed at our bodies, where vanity and fortune govern the farce of this life. But they show us that the true barbarism does not belong to so-called uncivilized peoples, but to the states. Once upon a time, there was a woman with a white smile. To be in the fracture of the world is to be where grassroots organizations fight for survival and the creation of another possible world, where weapons protect physical existence, culture roots us, searches for life in moist lands, and meets with other roots, other cultures, and heart, which is reborn, connects reason and emotion. I, woman, walk, seek, dedicate myself to art in the advancement of the revolutionary struggle. I, woman, have walked, sought, and devoted myself to the integration of peoples in resistance. I hope this is not lost. For now, I, woman, Alina Sanchez, I am Shade Legarin. Now, I and all my comrades who have fallen martyrs in the struggle, we are the winds blowing from the forest and the mountains.
Este caram, este caram.
Thank you.
proje.
We thank our friends for that wonderful and moving performance, which set the tone perfectly for our gathering. Unity, courage, resistance. We decided to start our gathering with a cultural performance because culture is the lifeline of the revolution. And now, dear speakers, delegates, friends, comrades, fellow brave souls and freedom fighters, dear Hevalno, we would like to officially wish you the warmest welcome to the first ever People's Platform of Europe. Our determined struggle for truth and liberation has brought us here together because we know that the time has come to organize our alternative. We are ready to unite our knowledge, vision, and praxis to create a collective strategy to defend life, society, democracy from the disasters of capitalism. We are ready to reclaim the initiative. And what a great honor and immense responsibility that is. This momentous gathering is the fruit of the dedicated labor and unyielding faith of our friends at the Academy of Democratic Modernity and FECOM, the Council of the Kurdish Society in Austria, supported by many more organizations. In fact, the People's Platform of Europe belongs to us all. 800 delegates from more than 350 initiatives coming from more than 35 countries and territories from all over the continent. The platform is further enriched by the presence of a special delegation from Colombia, whose aim is to learn from our experience and lay the groundwork for a People's Platform of Abya Yala or Latin America.
And as some as you know, when we opened up the call for this platform, we expected around 600 people, but you are 800, and this is a demonstration of overwhelming interest. And due to this large number of participants, we need your help in organizing this platform, because we are not only here to discuss, but we are here to live together. So during these 3 days, whenever you see that you can help, that you can take some responsibilities, that you can make some critique to improve the organization, please feel yourself responsible and active in this role. And as well, we have a lot of translations. We have translation from English, French, German, Italian, Turkish, Kurdish, Spanish. And for all of this, we have to thank all our friends, interpreters. And thanks to them, because they make internationalism possible. During these 3 days, we will also eat together, and we will eat thanks to the Solidarity Kitchen and the Kurdish community in Vienna. And so they make this possible as well. And we thank as well all the people who is taking care of the technical aspect of the platform that makes this possible as well. And for whatever you need, go to the info point. You will find the translation device there. You will find the brochures, books. You will find a kit with all the gadget and information, a map of the university, and everything that you can you maybe need. And so, last things, please make sure to be on time for our discuss sessions, for our workshops and panels. Thank you.
As the succinct saying of the leader of the Kurdish movement, Abdullah Öcalan, goes, politics is the art of freedom. By taking part of this platform, we are practicing this art and we are creating our own society. An autonomous space where we can freely connect, share, grow, and act. There will be many different perspectives and different views, as well as many contradictions and inconsistencies in our own thinking and the thinking of our friends that we will need to face together. This is not a space to create division and animosity. It is a space for open discussion, careful listening, and solidarity. In a world ruled by fear, violence, greed, and apathy, this is not an easy task. It takes unbelievable courage, effort, and dedication to remain true to ourselves and the fight for a free life. By being here today, all of us have shown this courage, which will only grow stronger as we work and struggle together in the days to come.
So I will briefly through our program. We will have the organization committee and ADM sharing the perspective of the people platform. And after this session, we have our panel introduced by Eleonora Gia Piccardi with William I. Robinson, Mireille Fanon, Silvia Federici, John Holloway as a speaker, our guest. In the afternoon, the workshop will take place, the discussion in the workshop, and after that we will have dinner. The 9 workshops are the different topics that some of you maybe already know: war and peace, fascism and anti-fascism, ecological resistance, women's democratic confederalism, youth identity and resistance, building autonomy, activism and organization, and against the genocidal politics of the capitalistic modernity and the democratic media. On Sunday, we will have again the discussion organized through workshops. And after that, the presentation of the result of the discussion will start in the afternoon. We will have at 18:30 on Saturday a keynote lecture that we invite you to join. And on Sunday, we will have the final presentation of the workshop and the final session of discussion and conclusion.
The 9 topics of the platform were chosen based on the received feedback to our open call as the most pressing issues of organizations in Europe. Our aim is to develop a comprehensive and multi-layered strategy for uniting our forces in all aspects of our struggle against capitalism. All of the 9 different workshops were created from the bottom up with the direct participation of many unions, organizations, collectives, and initiatives. Many pre-discussions and meetings were held to develop the program for our 3 days. Involving the participants as organizers was a new methodology which we created based on past experiences. The workshops that were created in this way are all related, of course, but we had to split them in order to organize our discussion so everyone has a chance to participate.
So now we start with the first session. To lay out the ideological perspective of the People's Platform of Europe, we now invite our friend Adem from the organizing team of the platform to the stage. And after this opening speech, we will have a 30-minute break and we will meet again for the main panel discussion here. Thank you. Yes.
So thank you very much for having me here after this beautiful performance. It's an honor to speak. I will speak about the perspective have organized, or why we're trying to organize this meeting, a meeting of seekers of free and democratic life. The People's Platform Europe, under the slogan Reclaim the Initiative, was born out of from the need to share the experiences of those who struggled against the forces of oppression and to discuss the possibilities and opportunities in the search for a free life. Today, we have to come together not only to analyze capitalist modernity or assess the current situation, but also a community dedicated to understanding, addressing, and collectively finding solutions to the most urgent issues of our time. The world is on the brink of historic change. The geopolitical changes, technological advances, ecological destruction, and the economic social crisis we face are at an unprecedented level in both their complexity and impact. But with every great challenge comes to the potential for a great opportunity. Our capacity to learn, innovate, build solidarity, and create alternative solutions is key to realizing the opportunities. Why do we need such a platform? Today's crisis of economic instability, ecological collapse, social alienation, and political dysfunction demand urgent solutions. But these challenges can only be fully understood through a profound analysis of the systematic dynamics of capitalist modernity and the historical trajectory of Eurocentric capitalism. Beginning in the 16th century, colonial powers imposed violent system of resources extraction, land confiscation, and labor exploitation. These actions dismantled local economies and communities and led the foundations of Eurocentric hegemonic global economic order, a system that thrives on domination and perpetuates dependency. Historically, capitalist modernity has operated in a spiral of permanent crisis. These crises erode economic, political, and social structures, while the system sustains itself by masking its vulnerabilities and devising new mechanisms of control. The Cold War era illustrates these dynamics as a major turning point. The geopolitical, economic, and technological changes that followed the Cold War consolidated the hegemony of the capitalist system. This period was marked by increasing repression of popular and revolutionary movements around the world. The end of the Cold War and the geopolitical, geo-economic interactions caused by the new technological and industrial developments or revolution led to the imposition of unipolar system or so-called New World Order under the hegemony of the USA. This aimed to eliminate popular and revolutionary struggles, especially those of workers, women, students, and youth, indigenous peoples, and national liberation movements, and ecological environmental struggles. While some of these were drawn into liberalism and thus neutralized, others were criminalized under the pretext of counterterrorism. It was under this condition that we entered 21st century. Although the unipolar international system under the US domination managed to control Western and Eastern Europe for a long time, to manage the Asian economic crisis in the late 90s, and partially manage the global financial crisis 2007 and 2008, it also accelerated a serious and antagonistic struggle of hegemony with the global capitalist system. Despite their own internal contradictions, the forces of capitalist modernity have cooperated against the oppressed again. As the so-called New World War project was built on trade wars, cultural domination, interdependency, international migration, and internal hegemonic competition for greater share of capital accumulation, the contradictions between the segments of the periphery of the unipolar world system and those seeking for sovereignty deepened. In contrast to the nationalists who seek to maintain themselves through nation-state capitalism, the globalists who seek to maintain their dominance through global production chains, digital networks, and transnational organizations and companies are using their technological advantages to control society with biopower methods, using the biotechnical and communication technical possibilities at their disposal. They practice the logic of only the strong have the chance and the right to live, a kind of political Darwinism. While the globalists who seek more exploitation and profit through the abolition of national borders want to hold the world together horizontally, they want to classify the humanity vertically. The aim of this effort is to create a global scale of society that is culturally uprooted and thus hegemonious, political helpless, morally collapsed, alienated from the nature and trapped in the virtual patterns of life. In order to overcome this crisis that has been deepening for decades, the globalist forces are now trying to transform capitalist modernity, including its three pillars: capitalism, the nation state, and industrialism, organizationally and paradigmatically. These capitalist forces are not trying to overcome this crisis. They are trying to make profit by managing this crisis, by deepening this crisis. Contradictions and rivalries between the US, the EU, and classic nation states. For years, leading EU representatives have been talking about the strategic autonomy of Europe and have predicted that the EU will defend its interests globally through the language of economic power. EU member states, primarily Germany and France, are trying to gain an advantageous position in the emerging multipolar world order through an alliance that is politically, economically, and militarily united. As such, they have sought to increase EU membership by adding new members from the Balkans and Caucasus. Since the early 2000s, many EU countries, led by Germany and France, have pursued a policy of establishing economic relations with the other two major powers in Eurasia, Russia and China. But with the Ukraine war, the EU was forced to admit that it still lacked the necessary autonomy and power to pursue a self-sufficient policy that did not rely on forming alliances with one of the parties to the conflict, the United States or Russia and China. The international institutions that dominated the system established especially after the Second World War, the UN, the EU, NATO, Council of Europe, Arab League, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and many other economic and security institutions are now being used by the system powers against each other, let alone no longer maintaining the system itself. These platforms have turned into platforms for the balance of power between the great powers. These institutions, which have become areas where concepts such as human rights, peace, human values, women's rights, reconciliation, etc., are emptied on their meaning and used against each other, are now in a phase where law and norms no longer work for anybody. Not only are these institutions dysfunctional, but they are also essential manifestations of deadlock system. It has caused major crises like energy supply issues, rising inflation, food supply crisis, large-scale involuntary migration and security. Thus, the hegemonic power of the system have essentially become an ideological, military intelligence minority that dominates the majority, which rejects their social and ideological logic of political methods. The system is in a constant state of war against the society itself. The crisis of global capitalism, the failure of positivist science and knowledge production, and contradictions of the nation state are deepening social discontent. The project of creating a consumer society is increasingly leading to spiritual and moral emptiness and decay. This should be read as a loss of truth in modernity itself. In terms of technology, the development of mass communication channels and social media networks are key points to be confronted in the coming times. They allow or more subtle shaping of thought, great individualization of people, and the spread of misogyny and right-wing ideology. The system, which has reached an ideological and truth impasse, is now planning to control people by means of misuse of artificial intelligence. The system, which constantly creates war and crisis by printing money without any backing in order to protect and sustain the state capitalism on the pockets and backs of the people, has, in a way, structuralized the crisis with its own hand. In this context, the US, together with its imperialist allies and agents in the group of G7, is constantly waging various forms of war, aggression against rival powers and the people of the world. In order to make more profit and eliminate internal crises, the capitalist system relies on the strategy of occupying, destroy, rebuild, depopulate, repopulate. We see this most openly in the ongoing wars in Palestine, in Ukraine, in Lebanon, in Kurdistan, in Syria. The destruction, depopulation, and reconstruction, reorganization of areas is the aim of these wars. Capitalism tries to achieve results by discrediting and differentiating the values of democratic communal society, especially in the face of women liberation struggles, which force the system to change radically. It tries to multiply the ways and methods of maintaining itself by developing policies with 1,001 masks. On the one hand, it continues its policies of instrumentalizing women within the rising fascism with the face of women, which has developed in Europe in recent years. And on the other hand, it continues its policies of taking away the power of women by returning them to their traditional place in the society. On the one hand, it implements the policy of victimizing women to the strictest policies of the patriarchal system by cooperating with the forces that consider women as the property of man and deprive them of all their rights. However, women's liberation struggle are the guarantee for achieving a democratic and free society. In addition to destroying societies, the capitalist system is ruthlessly plundering nature for more resources and profit through the use and development of technology. The ecological crises we are experiencing today are reached a level where life cannot be sustained anymore. Widespread forest fires, hurricanes, floods, droughts, melting glaciers, the sinking of islands in the oceans, the effects of extreme heat and drought, the drying up of lakes, limited food resources, shrinking energy resources, and the politics of ecocide pose great danger to the future of our planet. Factors such as inflation, high cost of living, trade and sovereignty wars, social unrest, geopolitical conflicts, and the increased possibility of nuclear war make the future more unknown and dangerous. In addition, excessive and unsustainable levels of debt, the decline in social investment, and the rapid and unlimited development of military technologies are returning to societies as oppression and exploitation. The problems show that the systematic crisis is now structural. It is not accepted by society and is in the process of collapsing. Therefore, protecting not only people but also the nature is the basic condition for defending life and represent a revolutionary effort. Areas of social resistance. The ongoing war is essentially ideological and hegemonic in nature. Its purpose is to change the political system established in the 20th century and adapt in the conditions of the 21st century. Such economic, political, diplomatic, and military struggle processes in which old structures and balances are destroyed and new structures and balances are sought to be established are important transitional processes in which strategic transformations are experienced nowadays. These are phases in which both the people and revolutionary forces and the hegemonic powers can make significant gains if they act in a prepared and organized manner. As the most important theoretician and leader of the Kurdish freedom movement, Abdullah Öcalan, said, quote, "Undoubtedly, hegemonic powers do not always win in big wars. People can also gain a lot. In fact, hegemonic powers can systematically lose. People can systematically gain," end of quote. Especially in the last 10 years, it has become clear that people all over the world, not only in the peripheries, but also in the center of capitalist modernity, are increasingly protesting, objecting, and revolting. People's contradictions with the system of capitalist modernity are deepening on an individual and collective level. The struggles that have been waging around the world have resonated in Europe. In the US, the Black Lives Matter movement emerged against the structural state violence and executions against Black people caused by the white supremacy. Actually, the last words of George Floyd, "I can't breathe," truly express the emotional state of societies around the world. The Ni Una Menos movement, which began in Argentina 2015 against femicide, spread beyond the Abiyala continent, leading to transnational and organized struggles in countries such as Italy and Portugal. Around the world, movements against harassment and rape culture have grown. In 2019, the Las Tesis protest, which began in Chile and spread around the world, said that the patriarchal system and the state were at the root of harassment and rape. In 2022, with the murder of Gina Amini, the Jin Jian Azadi protest, which spread around the world and were taken up not only by women, but also by men, showed the rebellion of women and society against the patriarchal capitalist system and the power of the demand for freedom. At the end of 2018, the Yellow Vest movement was born in France in response to rising cost of living. The biggest strike for 30 years took place in Germany. There were widespread workers' actions in England. The resistance of Belgian peasants is an important part of the social movements. The environmental movements in many countries made the crisis of the system more visible. In addition, societies in many parts of the world have developed forms of resistance that challenge anti-democratic regimes and oppressive state power. Collapsing liberalism and Western democracy. With the spread of the Third World War, the hegemonic powers are now struggling to renew themselves. In Europe, the political plane is moving towards fascism and extreme right with the rise of centrist, nationalist, and racist parties. Hostility towards women, youth, nature, labor, and immigrants is not only the policy of the extreme right, but also of the centrist parties. Far-right parties are not cause of this situation, but the result. The state points to racist and extreme nationalist circles, calling past a method to make people accept the cholera. Here, the aim is to destroy the power and determination of societies to fight against the system through the politics of security and fear. It is not enough to explain the crisis of capitalist modernity only in economic terms. The notion created by liberalism that have the freedom to choose and to do what you want is now collapsing. Every moment, people are being told what to choose and what to do as a result of digital data collected about them. Decisions are no longer made by so-called free people, but by transnational systems and corporations that direct them in their own interest. The latest technological developments are used with the logic of maximum profit, rapidly moving towards the classification of humanity is irrelevant and useless. Once again, social engineering is in full swing to create a single type of human being. Public confidence in Western democracy is declining. Lower voter turnout reflects this loss of faith in elections and political leaders. Police violence against protesters, a basic democratic right, further undermines confidence. Throughout the EU, states are prioritizing militarization over the social welfare. The billions spent on arms in the Ukraine-Russia war are only a small example for this. So what to do? Given the damage that the crisis of the system have caused to society, there is a widespread expectation of even greater economic and social crisis in the coming years. Demands for change are growing, but how should this change take place? The majority of the European left is still weak when it comes to reinterpreting the world and Europe. They unfortunately lack the ability to understand and analyze the global context and connections to produce the political programs and strategic struggle that the times demand from us. Also, most solutions they propose are expressed mainly in postmodern discourse. They are legitimate demands such as defending identities and freedoms against ethnic, religious, and sexual oppression, actively opposing ecological destruction, supporting immigrants, and opening up space for local politics. However, this is a danger of moving from an alternative to capitalism to an alternative within capitalism. This is one of the main reasons for the rise of the right. The classical European left urgently needs to be more clearly opposed to the reformist understanding and policies. It needs to have more concrete, practical policies that are intertwined with society. Beyond identifying and defining crises, it needs to overcome serious blockage and repetition in terms of developing solutions and alternatives. For example, prioritizing the struggle within the parliamentary system as a communication of revived form of left populism cannot bring the change it promised. In fact, it delays the ground for radical change. On the other hand, the forces outside the system, although they have important proposals and projects, are not sufficiently organized and have yet to create expected changes or necessary organizations. New challenges and opportunities. In the face of environmental crisis, the ecological movement will radicalize and become more locally organized. Although the mass movement has diminished since 2019, the struggle is focused on concrete projects and territorial defense. Young people are particularly involved. By fighting for climate justice, they are also developing a just perspective for the future of planet of our Earth. The feminist struggle has the potential to pioneer mass movements and organization through participation and leadership. If it succeeds in insisting that the liberation of the most oppressed is the measure of the struggle for freedom, it can play an immensely profound role in the reorganization of life in all sections of society and throughout the world. The democratic communality process is only an updated version of mother-woman sociality. Social truth can only be reached through this method. Unless the patriarchy imposed on society is overcome, social truth will not be revealed in all its dimensions in terms of philosophy, science, ethic, aesthetic, and religion. Only in this way can the right path to be found regarding ecological destructions and social inequality and individual freedom. The defense of basic needs and the constant struggle against new measures taken by the government and the fight to maintain decent living conditions must gain strength in the form of local and specific but coordinated struggles. There is a new understanding of different forms of proletariat and oppressed peoples. And if this is including in the class analysis, more realistic and faster solution can be found. Organized forms of the struggles for democracy and freedom against the system are now urgently needed. At the same time, they need to build diverse links with each other in a democratic and confederal way. An effective response to multiple crises and chaos can only be given through multiple democratic alliances. This must strike an optimal balance between the local and the global, the particular and the universal, the original and the common. While our age provides the necessary technical means for communication, organization, coordination, exchange, and communality on a global scale, the main ground on which the struggle will be waged must be local. The effectiveness of the platform depends on the grassroots organization and a concreted effort to tackle problems at their roots. Achieving our goal requires a framework that emphasizes actions and ongoing dialogue within progressive forces at the regional level. By fostering cooperation between localized struggles, we can build a collective force that not only tackles the specific challenges, but also works to build a broader anti-capitalist movement. The holistic approach allows us to link individual efforts to a larger narrative, creating a united front against systematic injustice. Through this synergy, we can amplify our impact and drive transformative change. This is a huge and historic responsibility that falls on everyone's shoulders. As those struggling in the context of Europe, we also have a duty to dismantle the unfreedom, injustice, and destruction caused by European power around the world. We are convinced that a process of collective discussions on the broadest possible platform of democratic and revolutionary organization, movements, and collective is necessary to find the right answers to the question of our time. With the People's Platform Europe, we want to offer a transitional European framework in which we can have this exchange and find solutions to the existing problems. Yes, we are the majority, and we have the motivation to reclaim the initiative. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now we take our break, and we can try to be here at noon to continue with the main panel. Thank you. energized during the break because this next panel requires our full attention. Before moving on with the panel, we would also like to extend our deep gratitude to Greta Thunberg, who has graced us with her presence in the next 3 days and will share her knowledge and experience in organizing the struggle against ecological destruction, especially the youth struggle. Understanding the intricate machinery of capitalism and remaining hopeful about the future are the prerequisites for building our alternative. The panel Reclaim the Initiative will provide us with knowledge and inspiration that will guide our work in the following days and help us find concrete solutions to the problems of our time.
Our friend Eleonora Gea Piccardi will moderate this important discussion, and she will introduce our guest speakers. She has recently obtained a PhD with a thesis on the feminist and ecologist underpinning of democratic confederalism, and she is an independent researcher and a member of the Genealogy Committee of Italy and other feminist internationalist collectives. And so I leave the floor to Eleonora Gea Piccardi that will moderate the panel.
Okay, yes. Thank you for the introduction. Hello, everybody. I'm Gea, and I'm really happy to moderate this panel titled Reclaim the Initiative with all these incredible guests, some of them here in person, some of them online, and some, well, not here at all, but still with us through the pre-recorded videos. And thank you all for being here. So we would like this panel to be engaged not as a typical conference panel. Our guests aren't here just to enlighten us from the stage, and we are not here just to passively listen, ask a couple of questions, and then go home. This panel has been designed as more of a warm-up for our actual work in the workshops. It's a moment to create a common toolbox of ideas, inputs, thoughts, reflections, and open questions that we can use in the coming days. Our guests are people who have been deeply reflecting on and analyzing multiple aspects of the dominant system and revolutionary struggles. They've done this as teachers, professors, militants, and politically engaged individuals whose work has always been in service of the struggle de los de abajo, of those from below. So we have to make the most of their generosity and willingness to share their ideas with us. I would say we should treat this moment as an opportunity to create a shared foundation, a first common ground from which we can observe and understand where we are going, and where we want to go. Yes, because to understand all these things amid chaos and the storm, as the Zapatistas say, is definitely hard. Each of us, whether individually or as a collective, a community, is trapped in our own categories, interpretive filters, perceptions of the truth. We have been producing so many meaning-making bubbles that at times it's hard to even understand each other as comrades, as friends. Feminist, decolonial, indigenous, and anti-racist movements have been emphasizing the pitfalls of one single universal framework to analyze the world and grasp its complexity and its differences. Öcalan, in his Sociology of Freedom, says that seeking similarity at all times is the negation of life. The efforts of fascism and capitalist modernity to liquidate all social differences and reduce them to a single color is more a proof of its hostility to life. End of quote. And very similarly, the Zapatistas wrote in 2013 that any attempt is nothing more than a fascist attempt at domination, even if it's concealed in revolutionary, esoteric, religious, or similar language. End of quote. These are crucial capitalist crisis we are living in, moves to the legacy of anti-colonial struggles and the importance of addressing racism and decoloniality, then analyzes the challenge of dismantling one of the most oldest and powerful systems of domination, patriarchy, and its war against social reproduction. And finally, we will look at the future perspectives, the alternatives we want to build beyond capitalism modernity. We are going to hear from our four guests. I will introduce each one before their presentation, and then with the time we have left, we can open up for a discussion. So the first presentation will be that of William Robinson, who is a distinguished professor of sociology, global studies, and Latin American studies at the University of California at Santa Barbara. William strives to place his scholarship in the service of social justice movements in the Americas and around the world, and most recently has participated actively in the Palestine solidarity and immigrant justice movements. Due to health and time constraints, he lives in California, so 8 hours behind us. He is unable to join us live, so he kindly recorded his speech, which we will now project. The title is The Epochal Crisis of Global Capitalism, Challenges for Popular Resistance from Below. He asked me also to emphasize that this presentation was recorded about 3 weeks ago, so before the latest related to Trump's tournament. So let's listen to William Robinson.
this 500 plus years of world capitalism, this system has experienced on doing so. In this 500 plus years of world capitalism, this system has experienced ongoing waves of expansion through colonial conquest and through imperialism that has involved periodic cycles of crisis that are followed by periods of transformation and restructuring, then new rounds of expansion of the world capitalist system. Now, I want to talk this morning about the nature of the global crisis that we are facing. The entire world. I call them restructuring crises because the only way to resolve these crises are to restructure fundamentally the way that capitalism is organized and the way that it functions. And they take place approximately every 40 to 50 years in great waves of structural the 1830s. Then the first Great Depression of the 1870s into the early 1890s was the next structural crisis. Then came the Great Depression of the 1930s, and this was followed by the last great structural crisis in world capitalism of the 1970s. And in response to that crisis, emergent transnational capital launched globalization, as which we can consider this period of prolonged class warfare from above. An emergent transnational capitalist class emerged and became the hegemonic fraction of capital on a world scale. It went on the offensive to recover the hegemony of capital, to rediscipline the global working and popular classes after the wave of anti-colonial struggles, third world liberation movements, and mass rebellions that swept the world in the 1960s and 1970s. And so, over the last half century, globalization has involved prolonged waves of worldwide capitalist expansion. We've seen the reintegration of the former Soviet bloc, China, the third world revolutions, and we're really reaching the end of the extensive enlargement of world capitalism in the sense that outside of a few pockets, there are no other countries and no other peoples that are outside of global capitalism still to be conquered and integrated. We have seen the violent insertion of every country in the world into a new globally integrated system of production, finance, and services controlled by the transnational capitalist class and the political agents in states, especially the most powerful states in the global system, and in transnational institutions. We have seen over the last half century vast new rounds of primitive accumulation in which hundreds of millions of people have been dispossessed, uprooted, and thrown into global labor markets made available for exploitation by transnational capital. The global proletariat now numbers 5 billion. This is the largest class in history. But the global working and popular classes are at this time under all-out assault by the transnational capitalist class and by their political agents. And throughout all of this, we're talking about the last 4 to 5 decades of capitalist globalization following that great structural crisis of the 1970s. Throughout all of this, we've seen this extremely rapid and unprecedented centralization and concentration of capital on a world scale in transnational capital. In 2023, for instance, just 17 global financial conglomerates controlled $49 trillion in wealth. That was more than half of the entire global economy that year. In fact, we're seeing this unbelievable, even as I speak, as we meet here this morning, this unbelievable global monopoly concentration, for instance, in the giant high-tech companies, and that economic concentration, capitalist concentration, is spilling over into direct political control here in the United States. In 2022, the world's ultra-wealthy, which brings together 62 million millionaires and billionaires, had combined wealth of more than $190 trillion, more than double the entire global economy, or the global GDP. And this, while 80% of humanity, some 6 billion people, lived either in poverty or hovering just above the poverty line. And so we've seen this accelerated social polarization, unprecedented levels of global inequality. You're all familiar with Oxfam's 2018 report, in which it said that 1% of humanity, and this was already 7 years ago, this inequality has even gotten much worse since then, that 1% of humanity controls 52% of the world's wealth, 20% of humanity, that portion of humanity that can, in one or another way, survive in global capitalism, controls 80% of the world's wealth, while 80% of humanity has to make do with just 5% of the world's wealth. And even at that, this 20% of humanity that's a number which is rapidly shrinking, experiencing the ranks of that 20% a very rapid precaritization. So we are living in, very simply, the age of the global dictatorship of the transnational capitalist class. Now, if capital managed to resolve the great structural crisis of the 1970s by going global and carrying out everything I have just been discussing, the next great structural crisis hit in 2008 with the global financial collapse. And this new structural crisis is not resolved as we speak, as we meet here in 2025. If we look at 2008, as a cyclical crisis, it was resolved in the 2010s. But on the contrary, as a structural crisis, a deep structural crisis, not only is it not resolved, but as we speak, it is getting worse. It is spiraling into the third type of crisis, which we can call systemic, meaning that the only way to resolve this type of crisis is to literally supersede, to move beyond the existing system, in this case, global capitalism. Very simply, we are facing the exhaustion of global capitalism's capacity for renewal. And the ruling classes are getting desperate. They are upping the ante with war, fascism, and genocide. In fact, the ruling classes recognize the severity of this crisis. Many, maybe all of you, are familiar with the World Economic Forum's report in 2023, in which they refer to a polycrisis of global capitalism. But it's not just the World Economic Forum. The Trilateral Commission, all of these international elite forums, and in fact even U.S. intelligence agencies, they've all released reports. Advantage. So I want to lay out four dimensions of the crisis of global capitalism. Now, these are not separate crises that simply converge. They're distinct moments. They form a unity, the epical crisis of capitalist civilization. The first of these four is economic or structural. To avoid it, the most fundamental contradiction in capitalism is the overproduction of capital. And in fact, as we speak, surplus capital has reached extraordinary levels. The leading transnational corporations and financial conglomerates have registered in recent years record profits. At the same time, as the rate of profit has steadily fallen and as corporate investment has declined. The wealthy, the transnational capitalist class, the corporations have accumulated obscene amounts of wealth, more than they can possibly spend, much less reinvest. Global markets are saturated as a result of extreme, unprecedented inequality. The global markets cannot absorb the output of the global economy. And so this surplus accumulated capital, with nowhere to go, has been ballooning, especially since 2008. For example, average profits experienced a 52% increase for the three-year period from 2021 to 2023 over the preceding 3 years. And this, though, has been as the rate of profit has fallen. So total cash reserves held by the world's 2,000 biggest corporations have increased and increased and increased very sharply, from 6.6 trillion. These are cash reserves just laying idle. 6.6 trillion in 2010 to 14.2 trillion in 2020. And so as the global economy stagnates, corporations have retained rather than reinvested their profits. Since 1980, corporations have been awash in these cash holdings that have ballooned, from 10% of the GDP in the United States to 22% in Western Europe to 34% in South Korea and even 47% in Japan. And so the ruling groups face this great challenge. How do you keep the global economy going? How do you sustain accumulation in the face of stagnation? And so they've turned in recent years to several mechanisms, to financial speculation, to debt-driven growth, and to the plunder of public finance. But these have been temporary fixes, and they are now reaching their limits. Just in terms of financial speculation and the creation of fictitious capital, which gives the illusion the economy is still functioning when it's really not, is that the real global economy of goods and services upon which all of us depend was valued last year at $85 trillion, whereas fictitious capital is calculated literally in the quadrillions of dollars. So another financial collapse is absolutely on the horizon. And enormous pressures are building up to unload that surplus, to violently crack open new spaces for profitable investment around the world. And this leads the system to become ever more violent, predatory, and reckless. We are in the midst of a new deadly wave of extractivist accumulation around the world, a new round of global enclosures. And also, as a response to this crisis and stagnation, we've seen a deepening of what I term militarized accumulation and accumulation by repression. That is, that expanding systems of mass surveillance, warfare, social control, and repression constitute in themselves strategies of accumulation. We are living in a global war economy. When Russia invaded Ukraine, that was a tragedy for the Russian people, the Ukrainian people, and the world's working and popular classes. But for the military-industrial complex, the financial corporations, the high-tech corporations, this has been a tremendous bonanza, which is why one consultant to the Pentagon, when Russia carried out that invasion, declared giddily, "Happy days are here again." And this is why one Morgan Stanley executive, when Israel launched its genocide in Gaza, said, and I quote, "Gaza fits quite nicely into our portfolio." Wars on poor communities, on immigrants, on refugees, on gangs, on cartels, privatized mass incarceration systems, the construction of material and digital border walls, surveillance systems, all of this and much more are now major sources of accumulation in the face of stagnation. They throw fresh firewood on the embers of a stagnant global economy. And so overaccumulation and the response to it by transnational capital explains as much of the current worldwide war drive as do the geopolitical and other considerations through which we analyze geopolitical conflict and spreading wars. Capital's coercive domination is becoming deeply embedded in new strategies of militarized accumulation and accumulation by repression. And in this context, genocide becomes enormously profitable and attractive, resolving political and economic problems for the ruling groups. The limits to expansion now must be overcome by technologies of death and destruction, as we have seen in Gaza and around the world. That, in synthesis, is the first of these four dimensions of crisis. The second is a crisis of social reproduction. Surplus capital produces its alter ego, surplus labor. 2 billion people are now surplus humanity. The global proletariat can be divided into two categories. One are those that are expelled from the circuits of capital, marginalized, made redundant, made surplus, and that's 2 billion. And then there are those that are incorporated into capital's circuits as precarious labor. That is another 2 billion. So 4 billion of the 5 billion strong global proletariat is either completely precarious or surplus. And although there's no time to go into detail now, digitally driven restructuring, which is now fast forwarding underway, will expand the ranks of both surplus humanity and also the precariously employed. So billions of people cannot survive moving forward through this crisis. Social disintegration is spreading everywhere. Hundreds of millions face displacement by conflict, climate change, economic collapse, and political, ethnic, and religious persecution. Whole communities, whole countries are collapsing. Look at Haiti, the Congo, Sudan, major sectors of the countryside in Mexico and Colombia, and so forth. In these regions, what do we see? The rise of new political and military mafias, gangs, corrupt cliques. And these new forms of local criminal power are going to become much more common, and they do what they do, this is the key, in consort with transnational capital, violently opening up space for transnational capitalist plunder in exchange for snapping up crumbs at the table of global capitalism. And so we have this rapidly expanding global police state to contain the actual and potential rebellion of surplus humanity and the global popular and working classes. In this context, the ruling groups have the Gaza option, extermination. At the deepest structural level, Gaza is an attempt to resolve the problem of surplus humanity through genocide. Eliminate the Palestinians as surplus humanity, and of course in the process seize Gaza's real estate resources, its gas and oil, and other natural resources. But the ruling classes are also pursuing their second option. If you have the Gaza option, then you have the Salvadoran option. In 2023, the Salvadoran government opened what it called the Center for Containment of Terrorism, the largest mega prison in the world, housing 40,000 young men, complete surplus humanity. This is part of the new mega prison geographies. After the Salvadoran government announced it was opening that prison. Brazil, Turkey, China, Thailand, the Philippines, India, Sri Lanka, and plenty of other countries announced that they were also going to begin construction and open up these massive mega prisons to lock up surplus humanity. So these are the new geographies of containment. In this context, borders are less physical markers than axes around which intensive control of those expelled is organized. They become zones of non-being, zones of death. Along the US-Mexico border, 7,000 people have died in recent years, and that is a vast underestimate because it doesn't include the thousands of people that have perished at that border and their bodies have never been recovered, and it doesn't include the thousands, maybe tens of thousands more, who have died trying to make that dangerous passage through Central America and through Mexico. The Mediterranean coastline is another zone of non-being and zone of death. From 2014 to 2024, 24,500 people perished that we absolutely know of, and there are many, many more that we don't hear about. You've all seen these headlines that when these refugees, some of them reached the Greek lands, the Greek Coast Guard has been rounding them up, sailing them out to sea and dumping their bodies in the ocean to die. But this is not just these two zones of death. This is all around the world, and that's what we need to see. I want to give you one third example. We know that Saudi Arabia, a significant portion of the labor force, are transnational migrant workers that live under conditions of virtual slavery. Among them are 750,000 Ethiopians that labor in Saudi Arabia. Well, in 2023, several hundred more Ethiopians, impoverished, nearly barefoot, were trying to make their way to Saudi Arabia to find work there. And as they crossed this mountainous area into Saudi Arabia, the Saudi guard simply opened fire with machine guns, killing and injuring hundreds of them. So this is a worldwide phenomenon. Now, transnational migrant labor is absolutely crucial to the global economy. In fact, this group that can be super controlled and super exploited and simply done away with and they're no longer needed is going to become a generalized model worldwide if the ruling groups have their way. And what they want to do is set up the system of virtual slavery that you have in the Gulf states, where the migrants are, in fact, a majority of the population, but their passports are taken away. They live in barracks. They get super exploited, very low paid. Once their work, if they die on the job, that's it. They just die. And once their work is done, they're simply sent back to where they came from. So a select few will be let into the global fortress as peons while the rest of humanity is locked up and abandoned. These are what we can call the Victorian Holocausts. Now, that is the title of a book that Mike Davis published, where he was pointing out that during the British colonial period in India, the British simply siphoned out all of the wealth and displaced the population, and then there were periodic famines in which the British just left millions, tens of millions to die. So we are now seeing a new late Victorian Holocaust around the world. Gaza, Congo, the borderlands we've been talking about, these are hellscapes, real-time alarm bells warning that capitalism's extermination impulse is being activated to resolve capital's intractable contradiction between surplus capital and surplus labor. And finally, I'll say very quickly on this crisis of social reproduction, let us note that global capitalism increasingly turns female proletarians from producers of labor power required by capital into producers of supernumeraries for which capital has no use. Female labor, already devalued when it is unwaged, is further devalued and women denigrated as the function of the household economy moves from rearing labor for incorporation into the circuits of capital to rearing supernumeraries. So there's an ever greater degradation and devaluation of female proletarians in these times of epical crisis. And this involves deep structural processes that combine with cultural and political processes to breed these pandemics of degradation, misogyny, martial masculinity, aggression and violence against women, aggravating the worldwide crisis in gender relations as part of the crisis of social reproduction. The third dimension of crisis is political. A crisis of state legitimacy, capitalist hegemony, and geopolitical conflict. We're moving towards a general crisis of capitalist rule worldwide. The ruling groups are desperate to reestablish their hegemony and their legitimacy. They are escalating state violence around the world. We're seeing the rise of neo-fascist far rights around the world and the expansion of the global police state. Unprecedented inequalities can only be sustained by extreme violence, militarization, and repression. The ruling groups face this crisis of social control. How do you maintain a grip on power and prevent uprisings? So consensual mechanisms of social control are breaking down everywhere, and we're seeing the rise of authoritarian, dictatorial, and even fascist systems of political domination. In this context, intra-elite conflict is escalating. The center is collapsing. Internal political crises break out in one country after another. Now, for me, 21st century fascism, we can conceive it as a triangulation of three things coming together. First is transnational capital. Second, coming together with reactionary and repressive political power in the state. And third, combining with a mobilization in civil society, a fascist mobilization. And these fascist projects seek to violently smash open new spaces and new powers of capital without democratic accountability or the old forms of legitimation. They seek to channel mass social insecurity and anxiety away from its source, which is global capitalism in crisis, and redirect this mass social anxiety and destabilization towards the other, whether other countries, ethnicities, immigrants and refugees, religious minorities, and so forth. So this creates an explosive situation, tinderboxes that can explode at any moment. Look at the United Kingdom in the summer of 2024, those anti-immigrant riots. Now, who was doing that rioting were poor, unemployed, white proletarians. And so part of this fascism is hyper-nationalism. That's always been a characteristic of fascism, as has been racism and scapegoating. What is so scary is that sectors of the transnational capitalist class now are coming on board with open fascism. Trump has brought 13 billionaires into his cabinet. Two fascist billionaires, Trump and Elon Musk, now run the White House, and you all know that Elon Musk is endorsing the Alternative for Germany and the other fascist options in Europe. So we have this more direct political domination of the transnational capitalist class, even willing to consider fascist forms of rule. So the agenda of the transnational capitalist class is to utilize the state machinery to consummate the neoliberal revolution of the past half century, to liberate capital from any remaining restraints that have still been in place. Especially here in the United States, we see a new block of capital emerging, bringing together Silicon Valley with the Pentagon and with Wall Street. That is a new block of capital involving high-tech, finance, and the military-industrial complex. And along with that, coming on board too, is the medical industrial complex and energy. And so at the same time as all of this is happening, we are seeing that the post-World War II international order is simply cracking up. There's the onset of this radical reconfiguration of global geopolitical alignments to the drumbeat of escalating financial turbulence and political chaos. Yet this crisis of hegemony in the international order takes place within a single integrated global economy. And we need to be clear here that the emerging global capitalist pluralism may offer greater maneuvering room for populist struggles around the world, but a politically multipolar world does not mean that the emerging poles of global capitalism are any less exploitative or oppressive than established centers. An anti-imperialism that supports one center of global capitalist power over another is, in my view, an anti-imperialism of fools. Finally, the fourth dimension of crisis, as I wrap up, is ecological holocaust, the collapse of the biosphere. Each round of expansion of world capitalism in recent centuries has been more catastrophic than the previous ones for the planetary ecosystem. But all of this is building up to a critical mass. The artificial intelligence and digital revolutions promise a massive new wave of expansion with devastating impacts on the biosphere. I don't have time to go into detail in this fourth dimension, but we all know that capitalism must have perpetual expansion. Economic growth or cutting back or reducing economic growth is not an option for capitalism. It's simply not an option. So the frontiers of appropriation are closing. They are becoming exhausted. We have a situation where the infinite process of capital accumulation runs up against the finite character of the biosphere. And I won't go into any more detail on that. I need to wrap up now because I've promised to speak no more than 30 minutes. This analysis has been somber. I realize that, but remember, the more we understand the beast of global capitalism, the better we are equipped to confront it. An objective analysis is the first step in devising our fight back in these times of epochal crisis. So in conclusion, I have to say something about the options for resistance. That's the most important. And here is where I really very much regret not being able to participate in person, because that's what we must be debating, how to resist. A global revolt has been underway. Unrest is escalating everywhere. Mass disaffection is simmering below the surface. All of this is a tinderbox, as I mentioned. The ruling groups fear mass uprisings. They are preparing for them through the global police state by criminalizing dissent and resistance and so forth. In sum, global capitalism's extermination impulse will be restrained only to the extent that we resist. Never has the slogan, resist to exist, been more opportune and appropriate. Now, by way of conclusion, I want to say that I have a book which is in press. It will be out later this year, and I want to conclude by reading a very brief passage from the very last section of that book. And so this is a direct open quotes, and read this little passage. There is a rapid political polarization in global society between poorly organized and ideologically inchoate counter-hegemonic forces and an increasingly well-organized far right as the center collapses. There have been sustained bursts of global protest around the world, coming in waves, first at the turn of the century with the rise of the global justice movement, then in the wake of the 2008 financial collapse, and then again on the eve of the COVID pandemic. The global revolt, however, has spread unevenly and faces many challenges, including fragmentation, absorption by capitalist culture, and for the most part, the lack of a coherent left ideology and a vision of a transformative project beyond immediate demands. If capitalist crises are times of great upheavals and suffering for millions of people, they also shatter complacency and activate mass struggles. How to develop the subjective and organizational conditions that would allow the mass of oppressed humanity to take advantage of the objective reality of the epochal crisis of global capitalism, to push forward anti-capitalist emancipatory projects. The most remarkable and despairing aspect of the global revolt is the absence, for the most part, of organized left leadership that could amalgamate within and beyond borders the diverse movements into a program for confronting global capitalism with an emancipatory project of transformation. Yet, a socialist-oriented left that could give some direction to the mass revolts should not and could not be anything like the 20th century worldwide socialist left, with its debilitating top-down vanguardism and patriarchal authoritarianism. When the left has come to power in recent years through institutional means, it has too often acted to contain popular struggles, as we have seen in the so-called pink tide in Latin America. In power, it has tended to accommodate itself to transnational capital by absorbing rebellions into the capitalist state and the hegemonic order, acting as transmission belts for the structural power of transnational capital and neutering the anti-systemic potential of one uprising after another. What a renewal of the left could or should involve is a discussion for elsewhere. I believe we do need political organizations that cannot be collapsed into social movements, as well as the inverse, mass social movements autonomous of political parties and independent of states. Any renovated left would have to rethink the relationship between social movements, political organizations, and states, and how it could play the role of articulating the struggles and demands of the popular classes, bringing them to the political arena without commandeering them, much less subordinating them to the institutions of the capitalist state. We cannot transform the world by simply occupying the capitalist state and expecting that this state can be used to overthrow the rule of capital and transform society from above. On the other hand, we cannot simply ignore the question of state power, yet in the larger picture, the only justification for occupying the capitalist state is to destabilize and dismantle it from within. We have a lot to learn from Rojava, with its model of democratic confederalism, from the Zapatistas and other such experiments in local emancipatory struggles that place bottom-up autonomy and the struggle against patriarchy at the front and center. But also, there is a lot to debate. Autonomy and popular power at the local level is of critical importance, but we cannot leave the macro levels and the states that dominate them free of anti-capitalist, anti-systemic challenges. The two need to come together as we try to figure out the balance between developing local, autonomous, popular power and challenging the capitalist state in its own space. So thank you very much. Again, I regret I cannot be with you this morning.
Yeah. See, okay. Well, hi. This was a very, meaningful and detailed contribution on the all-encompassing mechanisms of the capitalist crisis and expansion today. Now, we should move to our next guest. I don't know if Silvia Federici is okay. Okay, so we follow the plan. Yes. So now let's enrich this picture with the presentation of Miriel Fanon Mendes France. Miriel is a literature teacher at both secondary and high school levels. She has worked at the Université Paris René Descartes in cognitive educability and the mediation of learning and peace, particularly in conflict resolution, as well as for UNESCO, Press, the Institute of Statistics and Economic Studies in France, and as a legal advisor to the French National Assembly. She was also a visiting professor at Leith University in the USA, a militant and an activist on international law issues. She has written numerous articles and participated in many national and international conferences. She has been appointed as an expert at the United Nations on issues of structural racism, with a particular focus on people of African descent. She initiated the creation of the Foundation Frantz Fanon, and currently she's working on the issue of reparations from a decolonial perspective. Her presentation today is titled The 100th Anniversary of Frantz Fanon, Between Race and Class. Miriel, thank you so much for being here. Yes, of course.
Good morning.
Rosh bash. از لبرینا خواه دخوازم که از پشکرینا خواه به انگلیزی ناکم. از ذکرم انگلیزی باخویم اما ارگانیساسیون جمین پشنیار کرین که از ذکرم به زمان فرانسی پشکرینا خواه بکن و دم از به زمان فرانسی بکم. باشه که چند کس فرانسی فهم دکن. گلک سپاس جمیله ارگانیساسیون و جبو دعوت کرینا من جبو دیو کمبونه ده. از دخوازم اوسا تشتک ببجم بری که از دست ببکم. جبر که از گلکی کار خوالی سر میجارا نجاد ددم میشاندن. از گلکی از دیبینم که گلک کس هنه لیو داره اما زده کسن رشیک نینن من دیتیه و من دیت یک جنه افریقا هیا افریقی هیا جوی مرازیه لبله آنها نینه از اوسا دی فکریم املی کودره لیو داره. چما دی گلک ولاتنده وزیر سروک هنه کو جبوان
se ven reducidos al papel de guardianes de los intereses privados y el poder político, hundido en una profunda crisis de credibilidad y legitimidad, se contenta con transmitir los valores del capitalismo y las consignas que lo acompañan, como la competitividad, la recompensa al mérito, la responsabilidad individual, La pretendida igualdad de oportunidades, la democracia, la buena gobernanza cuyo resultado es el acaparamiento de la riqueza por una minoría y el control de las migraciones. La implementación de políticas de seguridad que violan muchos derechos, cuya universalidad humana, dignidad e igualdad son negadas por la tiranía, la depredación. La fuerza dominadora no conoce la paz. Si nos atenemos a la historia de los siglos de conquista como a la de hoy, no podemos ponerlo en duda. Por consiguiente, y en vista de que Trump terminó ganando las elecciones en un contexto de crisis político-económica, ¿acaso va a introducir transformaciones ontológicas y epistemológicas significativas? El mundo se encuentra, después de mucho tiempo, en un momento de transformación en el plano internacional que se ha estructurado en las relaciones internacionales que están actualmente pensadas en función de los intereses financieros, que es la obligación de garantizarlas. ¿Acaso es posible en nuestro mundo de encontrar las respuestas a
notre regard sur ces crises et surtout d'essayer d'y répondre, non pas avec les yeux rivés sur les cartes ou les statistiques, mais sur les paradigmes qui ont fondé notre monde et parmi ceux-ci de repérer les variations, leurs répétitions, d'identifier les ruptures, leurs rapports de domination, de jouissance mortifère et cynique. Le système capitaliste actuel s'est fondé sur les paradigmes de la domination ancrés sur l'exclusion de toute autre religion que le christianisme et sur la hiérarchisation des races. Ainsi, dès 1452, dans la bulle papale intitulée Dum Diversas, le pape Nicolas V autorise le roi du Portugal, Alphonse V, à réduire tout, je cite, à réduire tout sarrasin ou musulman, païen ou tout autre non-croyant au christianisme à une condition d'esclave perpétuel. Poursuivant cette logique, il conclut, je cite, pesant chaque prémisse avec la méditation qui s'impose et notant que comme nous l'avions précédemment accordé par d'autres lettres, entre autres choses, le pouvoir libre et ample au dit roi Alphonse d'appliquer et de s'approprier à lui-même et à ses successeurs les royaumes, duchés, comtés, principautés, dominions, possessions et biens, et de les convertir à son usage et à son profit, ayant obtenu la dite faculté, le dit roi Alphonse, ou par son autorité le dit infante, a justement et légitimement acquis et possédé.
He has legitimately acquired, owned, and still owns these islands, lands, ports, and seas. They are de jure and belong to King Alfonso and his successors, end quote. I could say that Mass has been said. From this papal bull, one of the founding speeches that served as a theological argument to justify transatlantic slavery took inspiration, as well as from the doctrine of discovery that supported invasion and colonization in part of the world. This appropriation, based on theft, genocide, and other crimes against humanity, has been the cornerstone of the racist capitalist system. Since the very start, taking control of territories by strategy or sheer force, looting natural resources to ensure survival, as well as enacting laws to avoid all legal judgment, even willing to blatantly manipulate laws so that the dominant people can claim the right to impunity. This was cynically realized during the abolitions. This legitimizing of the permanent war against non-Christian peoples allows heads of state to put themselves forward as the sole guarantors of democracy, where the victory cry is capitalism based on structural racism. and to wage war on others, claiming to empty Gaza of its people and turn it into a resort for the dominant people. Is this not a continuation of the desire to make the world more Christian, a world which is still trying to escape domination of white people? The doctrine of discoveries, the fight against terrorism, protecting security, all in the name of law and order. All of these phrases are one and the same. The objective remains unchanged to that set out by Alfonso V, claiming ownership of islands, lands, ports, and seas with no legal basis. The new occupant of the Oval Office has been eyeing up Greenland, Panama, and Canada. Is this just provocation? It doesn't seem like it if you listen to the statements made at the National Prayer Breakfast on the 6th of February. He stated that he wanted to eradicate anti-Christian bias, and I quote, to fully prosecute anti-Christian violence and vandalism in the United States, and to move heaven and earth to uphold the rights of Christians and religious believers nationwide, end quote. In this way, he is pointing to the return in the future to the ideas set out in the papal bull Dum Diversity, decreed by Alfonso V in 1452 and later supported by Alexander VI in 1493 in the papal bull Inter Caetera. This bull stated that no Christian nation has the right to take control over land already under the control of another Christian nation. Thus, the right of white Christian nations over non-Christian countries and non-white peoples was established. This new world order, based on land grabbing and looting natural resources, means a permanent war against indigenous people, and later against slaves even after the abolition of slavery. The plantation doctrine was later added to this, and thus our current economic system came to be. Accumulation of wealth came from selling black people, and in order to do so, slavery had to be justified by first ridding indigenous people of their souls, ridding black people of their dignity. Racial bias was accepted as scientific fact, to the extent that universalism was based on being against black people and not on upholding humanity and dignity. This is one of the many truths that makes up what Norman Adgery described as anti-black dehumanization, where black people are victims no matter where they are. And this is exactly what surfaces when the French president complains about his African peers who, and I quote, forgot to say thank you. I say this on behalf of all African leaders who did not have the courage in their public opinions to carry the truth. None of them would be leading a sovereign country today if the French army had not intervened in this region, end quote. What President Macron is showing is only that continuous anti-black racism is deeply rooted in the collective unconsciousness and surfaces during the slightest political economic crisis or the slightest desire of African countries to assert their right to self-determination and sovereignty in any area. In this context, the anti-black dehumanization is completed with paternalistic infantilization, and I quote, "Don't worry about it. Over time, you'll improve. Don't worry." Should the African continent thank France and NATO for destabilization of the region triggered by their meddling in Libya? This president has forgotten that what he calls deployment, whether in the name of security or law and order, which is so dear to Donald Trump, or in the form of the civilizing mission, is nothing but relentless propaganda that has made its way into the minds of people, molded by national supremacy and prejudice of the ideologies of imperialist colonist states. The consent of Western public opinion has only been acquired because there has been constant brainwashing from school desks right up to university level. Media played a fundamental role here. The president may have lost his chance to play around with Africa with international relations and believes that if it does not benefit the financial sector, it doesn't matter. The destabilization of countries in the Sahel jeopardizes French investments. He does not care about the people. The survival of the system is what is important to him. Since 1492, the story imposed by Eurocentric modern era described as the Great Discoveries. It was in this time that race became the founding structure of the capitalist system. It must be recognized that the history of modern capitalism is violent, which, from the very beginning, has nurtured the power of emerging European empires, where metropolitan ecclesiastical institutions were part of the nascent model of the modern colonial power. If we want to understand the society in which we live, we need to recognize and analyze the role of the different actors in colonization and slavery. That is, their direct or indirect participation in capturing, expropriation of land and resources, unpaid labor, and systematic attempts at epistemicide of memories, knowledge, aesthetics, and spirituality of colonized people who were subjected to servitude and slavery. All of this is the main reason for the accumulation of power and wealth that has made Europe, and more generally the West, the dominant region in the world. Racism that was built from racialized fantasy, which is still alive and well, while black people and Arab people, especially those linked to Islam, continue to be weaponized by power to the point of becoming a structural adjustment variable in the capitalist system, whose life and dignity are conditional to the economic, political, and social situation in the country. In the period of 1970 to 1980, the state claimed the role of mediator of social relations. Nowadays, the social role of the state has been eroded by the ideological and political attack of liberal capitalism. The interests of vendors were imposed as a rule of conduct. Commercial law only still exists in the strict sense of legal ownership by private firms and large transnational corporations. At one time, the multilateral economic institutions, the IMF, WB, the World Trade Organization, and their courts, the DSB, ICSID, and the de facto powers, G7,
There is something wrong?
I'm fine. Okay?
Okay. Okay. No, it's okay, it's okay. Don't worry, it's okay. It's give me the opportunity to drink. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Enfin, the system is back. Si à un moment donné, les institutions...
At one time, the multilateral economic institutions, the IMF, the World Bank, the WTO, and their courts, and the de facto powers, the G7, Paris Club, and G20, spearheaded the new international economic order. But today's power institutions are being challenged by economic order based on liberal privatization. This is not without consequences for international relations, who do not escape this financial system. This is not a change in the power of balances. People who are still under the yoke of colonialism, but the continuation of what was put in place from the very first colonies of the discovered territories, illegitimate ownership, the use of weapons to settle disputes. Let's remember the Baron de Macau, who for 15 days directed his cannons to attack the city of Port-au-Prince. The city was under siege, and the president of Haiti, the first black leader, had no choice but to sign an acknowledgement, which was illegal and illegitimate, of debt. This was imposed by King Charles X of France, who, and I quote, wanted to condemn the new state to boil alive in its own juice. End quote. Is this not still the same situation for Haiti, which is the bypass of what the US wanted to do in the region, the same as many other countries such as Brazil? Was all of this not a precursor to the genocide which is now happening to Palestinians in Gaza, who've been portrayed constantly on our television screens, rotting? 50,000 people have died. And now this is only in place because a newly elected president is deciding on the future of a sovereign state, which has been occupied for 75 years by a power whose very founding violates the Charter and international law. This is only set up by the international community who wanted to save Jews, who said, never again will this happen. This same international community did nothing to stop the current genocide, just like it did very little to support South Africa with its case in the International Criminal Court. Lack of reason, lack of dignity, and lack of humanity reign supreme. And the people follow along, powerless. The only thing that matters is white, European, Eurocentric guilt. Countries that participated in exterminating 6 million people no longer know how to take accountability, and therefore they kneel before a genocidal, criminal, racist state. It is clear that since 1492 it has been possible for states to use disproportionate military acts to settle disputes when territorial issues arise, especially if these countries claim to be acting for the greater good. There is no limit to colonial expansion, especially if it is organized by Western countries who claim to uphold democracy, a responsibility to protect, and, of course, law and order. Therefore, the victim, as in the case of Haiti, becomes responsible for poor development of their country. Gangs took thousands of Haitians hostage. Palestinians rejecting an illegal occupation are no longer part of a resistance, but terrorists. Countries are covered in gunfire and blood. People are forced to flee wars imposed by the dominant power of the United States. Therefore, the cries of outrage put forward by those who commit the attacks are only hypocrisy. This breakdown of international law and of the regulation of balances of power has consequences for the role of the state and public authorities, and especially in the political sphere of international relations. Social relations on the international level are molded by a unipolar system dominated by the United States. North American leadership and dominance is reflected in the refusal to frame their imperial actions in international law. This strategy has direct consequences on the entire safety system that was built up after World War II. But it also has consequences on the rules of international law as a system for regulating international social relations. And there, a Pandora's box was opened, and where all people who wage wars are happy to enjoy the full benefits of the breakdown of the norms of international law, including international humanitarian law. Currently, in this breakdown, the US becomes the old law, the main state actor in international relations, their allies, mainly the State of Israel, and their European satellites, are actively trying to revive this world order, which was thought to have disappeared and had been buried permanently. But this vision is bound by history. Are we not seeing it now return to the international stage in the form of democracy, the colonial concept of civilized states, Western states and those who bring order, faced against the so-called non-civilized states and people who cannot benefit from the protection of law in general and international law in particular? Are these people not the descendants of those who divided the world between Christians and others, and who thought it was reasonable to wage war in the name of promoting civilization? This permanent civilizing war has had an impact on international law, which has always been essentially a Western and neo-colonial system rooted in the period of discoveries and slavery. These became stronger during the colonial era and spread from the beginning of decolonization in a sly and fatal way across all decolonized countries who accepted that their former colonizer imposed on them their own economic model, democratic form of governance, and election model. These countries may be independent, but they are never free from the paradigm of colonization and colonialism. Just as institutionalized violence has played a key role in the process of transforming humanity since 1493, it continues to play a decisive role in the global economic order and a de facto role in international relations that are under the yoke of the New World Order. Responding to current crises forces us to recognize that the coloniality of power as a modern template for domination. This makes it impossible to track the organizational logic of a system that seeks to build not just a world in which everything is objectivized and transformed into goods, but more radically a world where people, power, and knowledge work and are interconnected in such a way to continue supporting this Manichaean order of the master who still believes they have slaves. In this order, masters do not seek only to exploit slaves, but as Frantz Fanon points out, masters regard them as non-essential. Should we despair yet? The fact that a gathering like this was even organized, this gathering here, does this not point to a desire to see human potential rise up against forces of evil, both external and internal? Frantz Fanon helps us to identify the evil and those who struggle to resist barbarism. This means that, I cite, decolonization never goes unnoticed because it affects people. It fundamentally changes people and turns inessential spectators into privileged actors. End quote. This explains the war against all those who want to stop being non-essential. For this system to continue to work, they must be eliminated, humiliated, or if this is not possible, they should be attacked. This makes it necessary to identify decolonial practices of resistance, which criticize, among other things, the negotiated rules of how states function, including developing countries and traders on the stock exchange, and those who refer to combating the logic of coloniality and its symbolic, epistemic, and material effects on the political, social, economic, and cultural areas, even affecting citizenship. This leads to distancing from the imperatives and standards imposed by putting in place processes to separate these ideas and systems. Engaging in a decolonial attitude means both adopting an attitude and enrolling in a continuous project that is not restricted and seeks to build the world of you. This struggle is driven by love, with the damned taking on a positive attitude without forgetting their rage, as a form of denial inspired and guided by the positive attitude of love. Love and rage were the original expressions of yes and no, identified by Fanon, the first expression of decolonial attitude. As part of the damned people, we will need to come to the surface and become a topic of questioning. We must facilitate, open up spaces. This is practically impossible in a modern colonial world. So the decolonial process must facilitate this, opening up spaces, breaking down walls, and forcing those who believe in the movement to not leave the damned behind. They must become the initiators of the decolonial approach. So all those who are damned should be in this group. This applies to all of us, and we should be mindful not to become agents of coloniality, occasionally or less occasionally. From a decolonial perspective, the damned cannot walk alone. This decolonial shift requires a collective movement. This is why that I propose at the end of this gathering there should be a joint declaration denouncing coloniality of power as one of the means of domination of the capitalist system, a global racial oppressive regime that creates and replicates relations, institutions, ideologies, viewpoints, rejection and exclusion, as well as conflicting feelings of hatred and desire from the regional level right up to the global level. If we do not manage to escape this system, which is based on both capitalism and racism, it won't matter who is the president of the United States. The country will continue to exercise the power just as it was designed when this system first emerged. Changing the paradigm of colonial domination would mean breaking the long-standing pattern that focuses solely on anti-black institutional racism. This anti-black racism, which built universality and the capitalist system, was based on the exclusion of black people. This should be replaced by establishing a process of reparation policies to substantially counteract the damage caused by slavery, colonization, colonialism, and the plantation doctrine. We should not blindly continue on the same path, but we should conceive a balance of power that is ethical, spiritual, anti-colonial, and fights for what is right in order to change the world from the bottom up. In the 2025, this is a year to commemorate Frantz Fanon. It is a year for us to fight. It is also the 200th anniversary of the debt imposed to Haiti. I demand that we have the courage to lead an international campaign and demand the restitution of this debt imposed by France on the first black nation. The crimes committed by this racist capitalist system have lasted, as well as the doctrines of discovery. Even well after decolonialization. Decolonized people, as another proposal, in 1955, had the strength to bring together people to change the balance of power. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Muriel. I think you gave us a lot to reflect about, and also thank you for your suggestion about the common declaration at the end of this platform. So we move to our third speaker, Silvia Federici, who is maybe here with us. Yes. Okay, I introduce her. She's one of the leading contemporary critical thinkers on capitalism and the patriarchal system. Drawing from a Marxist feminist perspective, her intellectual and political work has focused on the exploitation of women's reproductive labor, both inside and outside the household, and its liberation through feminist struggles for the commons. She was one of the founders of the Historical Wages for Housework campaign, and her books have become key tools of resistance for anti-capitalist movements around the world, including Caliban and the Witch, Women, the Body, and Primitive Accumulation, and Revolution at Point Zero, Housework, Reproduction, and Feminist Struggle, just to name a few of them. Silvia is joining us online from New York. Here she is, with a speech titled "For an International Feminist Movement Against Capitalist Patriarchy and its Ongoing War on Social Reproduction." Silvia, many thanks for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Okay, please go ahead. I imagine that people would ask me questions, or I know I will send some questions. I can proceed on the basis of those, but anybody is going to interact with me. I just need to know what is the format.
Yes, hi. Actually, you had proposed for an international war on social reproduction. If you want to share with us your ideas, your thoughts for nearly. And then it would be great to answers for our questions. But go ahead, we are here waiting for you. Wait. Already starting, so yes. Yes. Okay, so we put the microphone on.
Can go. Okay. I was saying that I will be brief and try to summarize, but we all agree that we are living a very exceptional moment, a moment in which all the forces, the violence and of patriarchy and capitalism are being displaced in ways that to some extent, or to a great extent, have been active historically. Capitalism is born with genocide, is born with colonization, enslavement, is born with the witch hunts. And it has been a violent patriarchal system all through its history. It has, led to 2 world wars, which have, killed millions of people. But since at least the end of World War II, there was a kind of compromise, that led to some negotiation and some recognition of people's rights, the process of decolonization. All of that is being erased now. And we are, in a sense, entering a new phase of capitalist patriarchy. And I think it's really important for us, to reflect on what it means. And this is the context in which I like to speak about, what kind of struggle, what kind of movement. First of all, I think it is very important to understand that, as I've written and stated, many times over the last year, what we are now seeing in Palestine or in Sudan or the Congo, in a sense, it's an extreme manifestation of a process that in fact has been growing, has been prepared, has been advanced since at least the end of the 1970s, when we have the beginning of what I would call the great counter-revolution against the movement of the 60s, against decolonization, against the feminist movement, anti-war movement. So we have a whole process since the 70s, that culminates with the debt crisis, culminates with the structural adjustment, with this imposition on many countries of the world of conditionalities that have really torn apart the fabric, the social fabric of this country, condemning many, many people, to migration and forcing mass expulsion of people from their ancestral land. And of course, intensifying social conflicts. So this is now is very important to see that what the extreme violence, the genocidal violence, the plans of extermination that we have seen unfolding and continues to this day, in particular in the case of Palestine, but not only beyond Palestine as well. It's not disconnected. It's not an extreme exceptional case, but is in fact part of a whole logic of a capitalism that has now, and for all kinds of reasons that this is not the place to discuss, has no spaces for any form of social democracy. In a sense, is unleashing its violence in a very, very open way. The election and the statements of Donald Trump in the last few days are really exemplary, emblematic of this new phase of capitalism that is now returning, to its most perverse colonial period. And so in this context, then, the question of movements, I think it's very important to see that, yes, demonstration and the creation of international network is fundamentals. But at the same time, we also have to begin to rethink what are the mechanisms that on the day-to-day basis are in fact feeding this system, are enabling the capitalist system to reproduce itself. We need to learn how to deactivate capitalism, not only by confronting it in the streets and mass demonstration, but also in terms of changing the organization of social reproduction, because I think that it is in the very process of, structuring a social reproduction that depends on conflict, on hierarchies, on division, on the devaluation of entire population, that we are in a situation in which we find ourselves today. And here I think that the feminist movement has a very, very important, place, because the feminist movement at its best, right? Actually, we should speak of particular parts of the feminist movement, because there are many feminism, and there is a feminism that runs very counter, neoliberal, state-sponsored feminism that runs counter to what I'm actually saying. But, the feminism that in Latin America, for example, is defined as popular feminism, which is rooted in a mass struggle. It's a feminism that has really seen as the ground of struggle, the fundamental ground of struggle, as the whole terrain of reproduction, as a terrain that in effect touches every aspect of life. Reproduction is food, is agriculture, is sexual relation, it's health, it's education, it's cultural production. And in a sense, I think it's a movement that potentially, I don't think it is happening now, but only in limited areas, in limited parts of the world, but potentially can actually create a common ground between different movements and showing the continuity, for example, between economic crisis, between impoverishment, dispossession, and ecological devastation of the planet. And in this sense, really creating network, the kind of network that we began to see in the 1990s with the anti-globalization movement, which I think was very powerful and for me continue to remain a kind of example of what could be, of the kind of struggle and the kind of circulation of experiences and multiplication of experiences that we can have. And of course, also working class movement. I think that unfortunately, particularly in the United States, certainly in the United States, since the end of World War II, we have seen labor movement that have given up, that have accepted state policy, have actually often collaborated with imperialist politics, with colonization, and have abdicated to their power of making decisions as to what has to be produced, what are the form of production, that have limited their negotiation, have accepted to limit their negotiation to the question of pay, pension, as important as they are, but have abdicated to the right to decide, no, we are not going to produce bombs. We are not going to produce toxic material that is going to destroy the life of people. I think we need a new kind of labor movement. We need a new kind of labor movement that have a comprehensive vision, in the same way as we need a feminist movement that has a comprehensive vision. Because we need to examine the fact that today, as often it has been stated, the economy itself, capitalist development itself is war. War is not something separate, in fact, from the day-to-day unfolding of economic policy. For instance, the International Division of Labor, as here I really want to remember the work of Maria Mies, who died 2 years ago, in March, and her patriarchy and accumulation on a world scale still remain. I hope that younger generation of feminists and everybody reads it, because it's still a very, very powerful work and very instructive. And she has shown that, in fact, there is an international division of labor that, in fact, requires violence. that war and violence are not, state violence are not something separate from the day-to-day unfolding of economic relation, because it's an international division of labor that in fact is built on colonial relation, that in fact is built on the fact that only certain part of the world population have a right to exist, and that, the large, to a great extent, those are producing the condition of existence and means of existence for the world are not those who actually benefit from them, no? And so that in order to dismantle, deactivate the mechanism that reproduce capitalism with all its conflict, its violence, we need to actually not only again fight on a broad front, and certainly on international front. Internationalism is today a must. Internationalism is a must because never it has been so true that the global is in the local and vice versa. That today, the globalization permeates every aspect of our life. And re-examine in the community, restructure in the community forms of reproduction that are more autonomous, that are delinking, the famous delinking from the capitalist system. This is now something that is extremely necessary, and I think is one of the conditions, in fact, to be able to reverse this onslaught that we are witnessing today, where in fact we have openly, under everybody's eyes, processes of extermination of people who are in the way of the most savage assault on the resources of the world. For example, Palestine, we know that behind this project of mass expulsion, this incredible statements that Trump has made, and the politics of the Israeli government, there is the reality of mass deposit of natural gas that has been discovered since 2002 off the coast of Gaza. And now not only this wild dream of turning Gaza into a Riviera for the world, for the rich of the world, but also appropriating the riches that are in the sea. So I think that we need really a movement that are acting on several fronts, that are acting in the fronts of the communal organization of reproduction and the creation of new forms of solidarity, the creation of new forms of commoning of reproductive work that enable also for people to gain the strength, more strength to confront the state, and at the same time, the creation of international network whereby we can join our effort, with those, across the world that are now being, forced to evacuate, leave their ancestral land, are now being, the object of this unleashed incredible violence that, it's now unfolding across the world. I will stop here and, be happy to join. I hope I can join some of the debate that will take place after John Holloway's talk.
I will present now. Okay, thank you so much, Silvia. Let's now hear from our last guest, John Holloway, who has been invited to provide us with some tools to reflect on liberatory perspectives for today's anti-systemic movements and struggles. John Holloway teaches in the Graduate School of Sociology at the Benemérita Universidad Autónoma de Puebla, Mexico. He has written extensively on anti-capitalist struggles and the meaning of revolution today. His books, Change the World Without Taking Power, Crack Capitalism, and Hope in Hopeless Time, have been translated into a dozen languages and have stirred international controversy. His presentation is titled Perspectives in the Storm. John, thank you so much, and the floor is yours.
This is fabulous. I don't think I've ever been in anything like it before. With 700 registrations, with the registrations closed, 2 or 3 weeks before, with people coming from, I don't know, 35 countries, I was told. It's just ridiculous. No? It's so nice. And the question is really, well, why? Why are you here? Why are we here? You know, what brought you so far? And I think okay. And I think the answer, the first answer I have is anger. And you don't look particularly angry, you actually look quite happy. Huh? Saying hello to friends and meeting new friends. But I think that probably we're all aware that behind that there is a deep anger that brings you here. Anger against the militarization of the world, anger against all that William and Sylvia and Mireille have been talking about, anger against the warming of the planet that threatens us all with suffering and possibly even extinction, anger against the dehumanizing treatment of migrants, which is growing more and more horrible, anger against femicides that are increasing in all the world. So I think we're here because we all feel at some level a kind of a deep anger against the world that we're living in. But of course it's not just anger, it's also hope. Hope, I mean, we didn't come here just because we're angry. We came here because we still have hope that we can create something different. Hope is our great pushing force, not a happy, happy hope, but an angry hope, not an empty wishful thinking, but a determined, reasoned hope that we can, must, and will change the world radically. It's an angry hope, not an empty wishful thinking, but a determined.
Even close.
Even closer. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Is that better? So I think it's anger and it's hope. And it's really only in the last few weeks that I've been thinking as well in terms of a different word, a different category. Because I think that with the growing fear that we probably all feel, then perhaps we have to think in terms of desperation. I was invited to speak at the meeting that the Zapatistas organized at the end of December on resistances and rebellions. Fantastic honor. But I wasn't able to go because I was ill. Very sad. But there was one word I did follow the course. I followed it fairly closely on streaming. And there was one word that Marcus used just at the end of his last intervention. Desperation. That capitalism generates desperation in all sorts of ways. At the personal level, the deep and growing uncertainty of life. How can I get into the university? What will I do afterwards? How can I get a job? What sort of world will my children live in? Or does it make sense to even think of having children? How can I find somewhere decent to live? There's that desperation that goes through all of society. And of course, the growing social desperation. Look what has happened to migrants. Look at the destruction of the biodiversity that human life depends on. Look at global warming. Look at the genocide in Gaza. Look at the growing danger of more wars. Anger, hope. But anger and hope against the background of a despair that we will not accept. Because desperation is not despair. Desperation, as I understand it, is a refusal to despair, a refusal to give up our anger and a refusal to give up our hope, even when it seems that there is no hope at all, even when it seems that we are mad to keep on thinking that a different world is possible. In the dictionaries, desperation is often equated with despair, but it's not that. And I found one definition that comes closer to what we feel, that says desperate, showing a willingness to take any risk in order to change a bad or dangerous situation. I don't know about any risk, but certainly desperation for me means a fury to change a bad or dangerous situation, a determination to change a disaster, to change this disaster that is capitalism. Desperation to change the world because we know that it doesn't have to be like that. Because we know that that is not inevitable. Because we know that we have the capacity to create something else. So desperation includes frustration, frustration of what we could do, frustration of our richness, of our creative capacity, of our capacity to create something different. Richness is very important for me to think about the possibility of changing the world. We have to have confidence in our own richness. We have to start thinking not from poverty, but from richness. And what I see here, you, is not a multitude of poverties, but a fantastic coming together of richnesses from many different places. And that is what will make the conference very special. That is what it will make this meeting take fire. We must build on our richnesses, not on our poverties. Thank you. I haven't finished. I was just going to get some water. And that's where the slogan comes from that is on the screen behind me. Organize our desperation. That is the call that I take from Marcus's speech. And to organize our desperation means also to organize our anger, to organize our hope, to organize our frustration, to organize our richness. And I think that is why we are here this weekend. If I mention the Zapatistas so much, and I'm going to mention them a couple of times more, it is not because I represent them in any way at all. It is simply because I admire them very much, and also because I think that their voice should be present in such a terrific meeting of resistances and rebellions. So desperation is a determination to change a bad or dangerous situation. And I think this is where we are. We are in a very bad and dangerous situation. A situation that the Zapatistas called the storm, la tormenta. We can feel it all around us. We've been hearing all about it this morning. We can feel it all around us. We can hear the winds howling more and more loudly with each day that passes. And we know that it is likely to get much worse, that it could lead to much greater catastrophe. Desperation, then, is hope in the storm. It is hope in and against the storm. It is hope in, against, and beyond the storm. I think that's why the concept is attracting me so much. It is because it's going beyond. We have hope all the time. We have anger all the time. That is our relation to the world around us, the world that dominates us. But now, to talk of desperation, I think we're thinking in a specific historical context, the context of the storm, the capitalist storm. And we don't just want to survive the storm. We want to stop it. We want to create something else. In Marcus's speech, he imagines a telephone conversation with a young girl who lives in the future. 120 years from now. Because, of course, the Zapatista conference has the support of digitally sophisticated supporters, no? And these digitally sophisticated comrades set up a connection for the comandantes with a community in the year 2145. They make a phone call into the future, and it is a young girl who answers the phone. And Marcus asks her, "How are you?" And the girl replies, "It depends." So Marcus swears, thinking, no, at least he could have had the good fortune that an adult would answer the phone. So he says, "What sort of an answer is that when I ask you, how are you?" And the girl answers, "It depends on you." And that's the end of the conversation. So it depends on you. That means it depends on us, on our ability to organize our desperation, to organize the desperation that has brought us all here today, the sort of life that our great-great-great-grandchildren will lead, and indeed the question of whether they ever will exist at all depends on us. So desperation is a scream. I think probably at some point, everybody in this hall, I imagine, will have screamed, no, the world cannot be like that. It cannot be true. We cannot accept this. No. Just to think of Gaza, just to see pictures of the destruction is to scream. To see what Trump and the new right throughout the world are saying and doing and proposing is to feel a scream rising up inside us. We are here to voice that scream and to strengthen that scream. And that scream is our scream. It is the scream that we are articulating here, but it is a scream that must be heard and is heard in every town and city that we come from. Of course, we focus it on an organization. Sometimes we focus it on struggles that are taking place somewhere else. But what counts above all is the form, is the force of our scream in the places where we live. In Dublin, or Belgrade, or Athens, or Berlin, or wherever you've come from. So organize our desperation, organize our scream. But there's a tension there, a tension that perhaps we can feel already, because sometimes our scream does not want to be organized. It just wants to scream. And an organization that dulls the scream, an organization that tells it to be quiet, is no longer the voice of our desperation. To quote Marcus's talk in Chiapas again, desperation has reasons that reason ignores. In any organization, desperation will probably be a rebel. To organize desperation is to harness a wild horse, but if the wildness is lost, then there is no point in harnessing it. And I think desperation is necessarily our starting point for thinking of radical change in this moment, but it is also dangerous and unpredictable. After the race riots in South Africa in 2020, Abaklali Basim Munjondola, the important shack dwellers group there, movement said Abaklali has always warned that the anger of the poor can go in many directions. We have warned again and again that we are sitting on a ticking time bomb. That is why it is important to organize the desperation and to think. Desperation has reasons that reason ignores. The anger of the poor, the desperation of the poor, can go in many directions in the world at the moment. In the world at the moment, there is a growing social desperation generated by the horrors of the dominant form of social organization, the rule of money, the rule of capital. But we know that it is going in the wrong direction, intensifying the horrors of the system instead of rectifying them. Fascism or neo-fascism is not a noun, not a pre-constituted ideology, but a desperation, an anger against the system that is going in the wrong direction, strengthening the system. And we have to win this desperation back. We have to make it ours. Organized desperation then. But how? And perhaps we need to think of organization as an overflowing, as an opening. Often organizations are understood as closures, as definitions. The state, for example, is a very powerful organization that is a closure. It is a form of organization based on the distinction between them and us. Every state is based on the distinction between foreigners and citizens. And often we just live with that as normal. But we know, in fact, that it is a murderous distinction that has led to the killing of millions of people in the last century. A distinction, just that, the distinction between citizens and foreigners leads to the drowning of well over 1,000 people in the Mediterranean each year, and to the death of a similar number in the deserts on the border between Mexico and the US. A political party is also a form of organization that defines, that separates them from us. But of course, there are other forms of organization. We can think of organization as being open, as being moving, as being a flowing, coming together and moving out. And I imagine that this conference is just such a fantastically impressive organization. But I think of it as being a very open organization. I think that the effect of this conference, I imagine, should be like a cascade with ideas generated and discussed here being taken back to all our different places, to London or Paris or Warsaw, and to our activities, to the songs we sing, the emails we write, the seminars we attend, the software we write, and then go spreading out. In other words, we have to think of organization as something that breaks the logic of the system, that breaks the logic of definition and identification of them and us. The desperation of the right reproduces capitalism because it adopts the logic of them and us and pushes it to extremes. If our organization is symmetrical to the organization of capital, like one army fighting another, then we reproduce what we are fighting against. And in the long history of anti-capitalist struggle, there are really two traditions. There is the tradition of the instrumental, state-oriented, and therefore symmetrical organization, the tradition of parties. And on the other hand, there is the tradition that seeks to articulate anger and ideas from below, that tries to listen to people and get them to express their ideas. In other words, the tradition of the commune or council or assembly. And from all that has been said, at least from what I've understood, the drive that is very clear behind the workshops is precisely part of that council tradition. And for that reason, very important. Though, of course, for historical reasons, there are often organizations that combine the two traditions in a relation of tension that can be productive or destructive. Our desperation then takes different forms, as they must, because capitalism is a many-headed hydra attacking us all the time in many different ways. For some of us, it is the attack on migrants that makes us most angry, or that we feel most directly. For some, it is the growing number of femicides. For some, the destruction of biodiversity, the militarization of society. All these things terrify us. But perhaps we decide to focus on one or the other. And I think this is reflected, again, as far as I can see from the program, in the structure of workshops in this meeting. The workshops are necessarily, I think inevitably, focused on particular themes, the rise of militarism, the rise of fascism, etc. And this focus on particular themes is necessary, but then it always raises a problem of how we move on from the particular to the universal. It is the problem of the hydra, strike at one head and three more sprout up. As long as we live in a society dominated by money, dominated by capital, that is, as long as we live in a society in which the dominant connection between people is established through the exchange of commodities, then all these horrors will keep on recurring in one way or another, unless we can establish a society in which the social connection is achieved not through money, but through some sort of sharing, then there is probably no escape from the spiral of destruction in which we find ourselves. But how do we do it? I think we have to start from the particular and overflow. And I think there's perhaps a change in the direction of thinking about organization as well. That the old tradition really says, well, the real problem is capitalism. And unless you see that, then you are just being reformist. And I think now we have to start the other way around, and we do start the other way around with people's more immediate concerns. The fight to stop the destruction of biodiversity, to stop the use of fossil oil, to bring racism to an end. But then we have to overflow. I suppose that's really what we want to do, what we need to do. We need to overflow and say, yes, we will do everything possible to stop the extinction of plants and animals. But by the way, the only way really to stop the destruction of biodiversity is to abolish the power of money. And this means abolishing money as a social connection and creating something else. And I think of that as a sort of PS politics, a politics of postscriptum, to our particular struggles, in which we focus, yes, on the particular struggles that we're involved in, and then say, PS, by the way, in addition, we need to get rid of money, to get rid of capital. In other words, not to think of ourselves as an enlightened group of revolutionary activists, separate from the masses, but to start out from the growing mass desperation in the world and overflow from there to make connections and ask questions. Because organization is always a question and never an answer. And finally, of course it's a long finally, but we want to win. And even to say that kind of seems shocking, because we're used to losing, and we're used to thinking, well, we'll go on struggling, and our parents did it before us, and if all goes well, our children will do it as well. But no, we actually want to win. We want to win, and we must win. We must stop the dynamic that is destroying the world, because we really want the girl in 120 years' time to have a life and to have a rich and free life. So when I say we want to win, I'm saying not just that we must free Kurdistan, of course that, not just that we must improve indigenous rights in Chiapas or wherever, but we actually have to break capitalism. And I suppose what all the talks were doing was saying, look, this is the situation. We're now in this storm. And if we really want to think of this girl in the year 2145, then we have to break the way in which we relate to one another. We have to break capital. But breaking capital is not just breaking this force outside. Breaking capital is breaking the interconnection between human activities, breaking money, in other words, and creating something else. And this seems mad, no? And that's the point. We are mad. We are mad, and we have to assume our madness, because the only way to be human is to be mad. The only way to be human now is to say no to the inhumanity of capitalist society and to create something else. No. To abolish capitalism necessarily means creating something else. There's a point made by Silvia Federici, I think, as well. So it's not just a question of confrontation, it is also a question of creating something else. If we think of capitalism as a form of human interconnectedness, then obvious, if we want to get rid of that form of interconnectedness, necessarily we have to create a different form of interconnection. No? In other words, we can abolish capitalism only by creating other ways of relating to one another, other forms of social connection, which is what they're doing in Rojava. No? What the Zapatistas are doing in Chiapas, and what a million smaller groups are doing throughout the world. It's not enough. We haven't got there yet. But we have to push on in creating some sort of common sharing in all areas of human activity, some sort of commoning, some sort of communizing. Sometimes I feel that we're like Sisyphus. We're kind of pushing rocks up a hill, and often it feels that we are condemned to do that forever. But no, we can't accept that. We are pushing up, and we want to reach a tipping point. And as we go, we find two things. Firstly, that it is more difficult than we thought, that the summit of the hill keeps on retreating. But also, as we go, we find that this capitalism that we want to surmount is actually much more fragile than it appears to be, because it is built on an ever-expanding debt, because it is unable to generate enough surplus value for its own expansion. So that the existence, the growth of capitalism is increasingly based on a fictition, and this fiction could well collapse very quickly, as it did in 2007, 2008. But now, possibly on a much greater scale. The crisis of 2007, 2008 was something that changed radically our perception of what is possible and what is not possible, though not necessarily in the direction we want. But clearly what is happening in the world at the moment is something we would have dismissed as being totally impossible just a few years ago. And that can change in our direction too. That what we now think of being impossible, actually we suddenly realize is very possible in 2 or 3 years' time. So in this storm, we are pushing rocks up the hill and trying to reach a tipping point, the summit of the hill, where the rocks will roll down and gather pace, and more people will see that what we are saying is simply common sense. That of course we must get rid of capitalism, of course we must create something else before we come too close to extinction. And here we are in this fabulous meeting, pushing rocks up the hill, building our strength and overflowing, because we know we must win, we must create a different world. That, I think, is what we will be doing in the workshops, pushing and pushing towards the tipping point, knowing that this time we must and we will win. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much, John, for your incredible presentation. I believe we have received a lot of ideas that could spark infinite discussions, and actually our idea was to open now a moment of questions, comments, answers, but unfortunately we are really running out of time. The lunch is waiting for us, and however, as mentioned earlier, the point here was precisely to collect the tools that our guests have generously shared with us and bring them into our workshops. So in order to a little bit help with this process, I proposed you 10 questions based on what our guests say to us today, to bring them to our workshops or even after that in our future struggles. So the questions are how to dismantle the mechanism of capitalist production and reproduction and the paradigm of colonial domination. How are we going to rethink the relation between state, social movements, and political organizations? How to push for reparation politics to counter the devastation produced by enslavement and colonization. How to create more alliances with the wrenched of the earth, who are those that have to lead, that are the force of the decolonial process. What to produce, how to reproduce. How to create new forms of commoning and solidarity. With what alternative relations are we going to substitute money? How to balance the local, the particular, with the global? How to organize our desperation, our anger, and our love? How to organize without neutralizing rebellion? These are some suggestions for our workshops, and thank you so much. Sorry if we are not going to open the discussion, but it's really, really, really late. So I will leave the floor.
We wholeheartedly thank our esteemed speakers and Gia Picardi for moderating their discussion. We thank them for their very deep and clear analysis, clear proposals, and thought-provoking questions. Right now, it is time for our lunch break. Originally, the lunch break was supposed to last until 3:30, but because of this delay, we're prolonging it to 3:45. Please make sure to be on time in your workshop rooms so that we have enough time to delve into the discussion that we have chosen. So after the lunch, we don't come back to this room, we go straight to the workshop rooms, and you can find the rooms in the map. Now for the lunch, there's two rooms, number 3 and number 4 on the maps. You should know number 3 is right next to the Audimax, and it's for the vegetarians, and number 4 is for the meat eaters. So you can go to your preferred room.
A couple of notes more. Please don't forget to give your translation device back at the end of the day because they have to be charged overnight. And there are tickets for the concert tonight. You can get them at the info point. And so remember that the number of tickets are limited because we expected less people. So if you go there on time, you can get them. Otherwise, you will not be able to attend the concert tonight. And tomorrow, you will meet directly in the workshop rooms. We are not meeting here tomorrow morning. Thank you.
I wanted to say a big thank you. You inspired me to write a poem for I think 25 years since I haven't written. And it really touched me, everything that you said, because it's exactly how I feel. And that desperation is what keeps me fighting, you know? Also, I'm coming from a movement that is fighting to cancel the debts of the countries in the Global South. And we are working closely with the Zapatistas, with Chiapas. Last year I had the privilege to go to Oaxaca for the anti-club that we organized there. And yeah, I think, and when you said there's a storm, I was feeling this storm in the past 5 years, because in the past 5 years I've been being international activist in different movements, and I felt that storm coming, and I feel like this year is gonna explode. And I think it's up to us to make it explode in a positive way. And I also agree with the idea that we need to rebuild something new. And I think we are at a point as society to create something completely new. Like, I personally, I don't believe in left, right, center, like political options are not an option for me. I'm coming from a country that was started by capitalism, and also even before capitalism. I know how life is before capitalism. So yeah, I wanted to say a big thank you, and remind you to take a picture, and also if in some point
Yes.